Hello. We are currently figuring out content warnings. I was like, do I need to end stream and restart it and change the rating? And then I'm reading it right now on the ebihime.itch.io website, and the trigger warning says this VN does not feature any explicit textual or graphical depictions of blood or gore. It does, however, mention these topics: drowning, being buried alive, cannibalism, bullying, veiled mentions of homophobia, which might upset people. Reader discretion is advised. So I think given that list, I'm gonna go ahead and decide we don't have to restart the stream. But I am going to set up a content warning to use as a command in chat for anyone. I think Nightbot only works Twitch side. I apologize, YouTube side. I'll just pin it YouTube side instead. So anyway, welcome, Folk. First time joining the stream, 10 a.m. in the morning. What a way to start. Yes, good morning. Today we're playing a game with cannibalism. Welcome, Folk. I like your icon, the little fox. I wish Twitch would show me everyone's icons more. I feel like it's so cute getting to see everybody's little like poxiang. How do you say it? I guess it's just icon. YouTube side. Yes, so welcome. Hello. We're playing a visual novel today called It Gets So Lonely here. It's from a small indie studio. They've made, I think, a variety of visual novels, but this is one of their better known ones. That's my understanding. I didn't super research it because I'm afraid of spoilers. I'm gonna pin the content warning right now. Sorry, it's going to take some formatting. Content warning. Oh yeah, it's like hitting the, okay, let me just type my own. Content warning. No explicit textual or graphical depictions of blood or gore, but mentions drowning, being buried alive, cannibalism, bullying, and veiled mentions of homophobia. I think this game will take probably about, it said like 2 to 2.5 hours was like most people's playtime. Since I'm playing it on stream, I'm estimating 4 because like we take time to read and analyze a little longer on stream. So I'm hoping to do it in one go today. I really would like to if I can. Active Glacier caught you about to go to sleep. I hope you go to sleep. The VOD will be available. I feel really bad every time you guys are like, ruining my sleep schedule to watch Ying's stream. And I'm like, that's not good. Don't do that. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, right? Like, y'all are grown-ass adults, I assume. Not your mom, but I really advise y'all don't. Okay, let me edit the command, content warning. Okay, that should work. Cool. So if anyone comes in here and seems kind of lost, if y'all could help me drop the content warning command, I would appreciate it. I'm adding it to the title right now. Cool, we're good. Hello, Karunyar. Hello, Epikar. Hello, mailman. Jack, my cat who would not let me sleep in on a weekend by pawing my face. Sometimes your cat just wants you to be awake so they can sleep in your lap better, you know? I'm gonna just sleep during stream. That is a really great way to do it, Bottle Cap. I will see you in your dreams. Okay, is there anything else I'm forgetting? No. Cool. We got right into business today. Welcome. Hello. How are you guys doing? I think I said hi. Oh, Sanyan and Callahan also YouTube side. I think I missed you guys earlier. Bottle Cap, Callahan Twitch side also. Mr. Chamburia, Curie, Ninja Ash. Thank you for the stream streak. Active Glacier, Moldy Breast Milk, Mobius Platoon, 9. Am I missing anyone else? 3. Lucy Jen. Is that it? I think I might have missed a few more of y'all, but welcome everyone. Welcome lurkers also. A perfect stream to fall asleep to. You know what? Sure. Sometimes the only thing that brings me comfort is like grim, dark, eldritch horror type atmospheric music. So how could I ever fault anyone for wanting to fall asleep to a yandere yuri visual novel? I think that makes perfect sense. Mobius Platoon's like breast milk. Yes, one of our regular Twitch chatters here has the username moldy breast milk. It's one of my favorites. I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, but I feel like when you see a Twitch username called moldy breast milk, you just gotta admire the artistry that went into creating it. So. Cannibalism, my favorite ASMR. I'm like not that much of an ASMR guy actually. It's weird because I really like watching like especially visual ASMR videos, but it doesn't give me like the tinglies. I just find them kind of satisfying. That's kind of it. I'm super overexposed, huh? I'm like a ghost. Let me fix that. Made it worse. I made it worse. Maybe now. That seems better. That seems better. All right, people arrive. Welcome, Moldy. Don't drink that unless you wanna. Exactly. That's a very good summary of how we do things in this chat. Don't delay your sleep time unless you wanna. Technically, that is cheese. You know what? You're so right, Folk. Technically, moldy breast milk is cheese. Wait, is that a thing? Like human milk cheese? Oh, surely there's got to be an industry for that. Certainly there are enough freaky human beings on the. I must know. Sorry. Just, you know, sometimes you just have to set the tone for a stream for a yandere yuri visual novel, and one of the things that you do is you go Google human milk cheese and get put on like an FBI watch list. Breast milk cheese. You've got questions. We've got answers. Turns out there's a market, albeit a niche one, for cheese made with, you guessed it, breast milk. And whether you've landed here by accident or while doing extensive recipe research, the very notion of breast milk cheese is probably enough to pique your curiosity, if not your appetite. Okay. Sorry, who wrote this? So should you get out that vintage wine you've been saving and serve up some aged colostrum curdles? Or leave this unique culinary creation to avant-garde chefs and lactating turophiles? What? There's so many words here I don't know. Oh my god. Written by Lauren Barth in 2020. Okay, great. What a way to start the morning, truly, Felkfolk. I mean, it just leads to so many other questions, because I think I just haven't really seriously sat here and thought about how like human milk like could just be used as milk. And so milk being one of the most versatile culinary ingredients in human culture, there are many possible applications to consider. Like not just cheese, but what about like my morning latte? Or like protein shakes and smoothies? Or like ice cream. The possibilities are endless. Content warning, ADHD tangents. Yeah, me sitting here like, yeah, I really want to finish this game in one sitting, guys. Also, let's talk about whether or not you could make cheese from breast milk. No one's stopping you, Ying. But like, where would I get breast milk from? I'm running an ad chat for your own sake. Jack, cover your ears. We are going down a road. We certainly are. I'm gonna cut that off right there. Thank you, Felkfolk and Moldy Breast Milk, for prompting this conversation. In a way, it's kind of romantic because we had Moldy Breast Milk Twitch side and Felkfolk YouTube side, and still we managed to make this conversation happen. And I feel like if that isn't an illustration of cross-platform pollination, I don't know what is. Anyway, I'm gonna steep my tea and then we're gonna start the game. I should probably set up my screen capture while we do that. Boom. And then my window capture needs to be for... Sorry, it always is gonna launch full screen and I'm never a fan of that. I'm just like mentally preparing myself for the full screen game launch. Give it to me. Korean translation added. Oh, cool. Oh, it's not full screen. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Visual Novels, for not launching full screen. Oh, Moonsin, thank you for the resub. 42 months. What a good number. Happy 42 months. Good morning. It has been 42 years. I got here because of the title and was not ready for what I heard. Bruno Shar, welcome to chat. At what point in the breast milk cheese conversation did you arrive? Oh, what an introduction. Okay, I think instead let's do this layout. I think it'll be a little more legible for everyone. Okay, cool. Is that the right aspect ratio? Yeah, okay. There's a weird gap. Did I fix it? Yes. Yes, looks clean. Looks clean. Cool. Water's boiling. So today I have a. I'll switch back to this in just a moment. I have a hong oolong today, which is really exciting. It's So if you know, what's the best way to explain a hong oolong? You guys know I like rebel teas. Regulars will know that I like rebel teas. Rebel teas being like tea leaves that are traditionally grown in a specific region and prepared in a certain way, whether that's like as a black tea, as a white tea, as an oolong, whatever it may be. And then you grow it in that region, you act as if you're gonna prepare it like that, and then you don't. You make a different tea out of it. I love that kind of a tea. And so this is an example of one of those in that it's, so I'm trying to pull up the like description so I can read it properly out to you. This is a 2024 fall Wuliang Mountain Red Oolong. I think Wuliang is in Yunnan, so it like, I think usually I get these kinds of teas from Taiwan. But this, they took a, if you've ever heard of the Iron Goddess of Mercy tea, Tieguanying, it's a type of an oolong. They took those leaves and made it into a black tea instead, or red tea, we would say in Chinese. So that's why I'm excited for it, because that's one of my favorite categories recently. The only difference is I think they increased the oxidation by like a lot. Technically, I think there's fermentation also. I always forget. Okay. I'm gonna steep it kind of weird in the gongdabe directly. That's what the leaves look like. And then they're kind of balled up, if you can see the shape. And then water goes in. Not too much. And usually you would do a first rinse, but I'm not that kind of a steeper. So we're just gonna let it, these, because they're balled up so tight, take a little longer to open, so I like to give them a moment. Look at those air bubbles. Isn't that satisfying? I've had Tieguanying just like this afternoon. Yeah, Tieguanying is my gateway tea. It's what made me get really into like fancy and traditional Chinese teas. I just love watching these guys open up. Like one of these days I'm gonna film a visual ASMR video where that's the whole thing, is I just steep teas and then you just sit there quietly in absolute silence and watch the tea leaves slowly open. It does look like sparkling tea, isn't it? For these kinds of really tightly balled up teas, in particular Tieguanying or sometimes like high mountain teas, Gaoshan cha, my usual recommendation is 30 seconds deep for your first one, and then 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 0, and then 10, 20, 30. But I think that was probably a good half minute. So I'm just gonna go for it. I don't use a strainer or anything. Life is too short to be adding extra paraphernalia that you don't want to use. Oh. And that's why maybe you should consider using a strainer, but not me. Okay. Wow, it looks so dark. I might have oversteeped it. So my dad always asks for when we go Ying Cha. Oh, I always forget you can ask for Tieguanying at dim sum spots. Yeah, we're a Xiangpian family. This is not oversteeped. It just looks really dark. Okay. Wuliangshan is actually, I think, pretty high elevation. Yeah, it's 2,100 meters. And I consider anything over like 2,000 to be super high elevation. And elevation matters a lot when it comes to these kinds of oolong leaves because if you've ever heard of like a milk oolong, that milky flavor comes from the elevation. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it says for the first infusion, steep for 30 seconds. For subsequent 2 infusions, use flash steeping. Oh, okay, cool, sure. It sits in the overlap zone between oolong and black tea. Oxidation is pushed very high, near full, but the goal is to keep the oolong-style aromatic architecture, floral and fruit notes that rise above a deeper, warmer body. Cool. Do you guys care about process? I do. I'm reading it. I don't care if you care. The key for making this tea is process control. Compared with conventional oolong, red oolong extends and intensifies withering and agitation, driving oxidation to a more complete integrated state. Time and temperature management matter here. Under withered leaves can taste thin, while over withered leaves can lose their liveliness. Agitation is kept controlled to build fragrance without bruising the leaf too harshly. Done well, you get black tea-like color and depth without losing the lift that makes oolong feel alive. So that's part of what I like about the rebel teas, is when it's like grown to be a certain thing and then you're like, just kidding. It tends to come out like tasting like a hybrid of those two. So it's fun. Iron Goddess of Mercy would be a killer fantasy novel or metal band. You're so right, actually. Surely a band, or I'm not going down this ADHD sidebar. We're not doing this. I was about to go Google it. Okay, I'm gonna pause my VGM. We're gonna turn on the game audio and we're gonna go for it. I technically don't have I don't have the whole day to stream today. I don't want to keep you guys here too long either. That does look like a great tea, doesn't it, Master Goa? The tongue looks really good. That's a really like vibrant color. Anyway. You convinced me to go and make a small pitcher of loose leaf jasmine tea in the fridge. Oh, like cold brewing, Felkfolk. I hope you enjoy. That sounds delicious. All right, let me know if audio doesn't sound good. I think it's picking up okay right now because I mouse over these. I'm gonna go English. Ebihime. Their logo is so cute with the Ebi like beret. Okay. I'm excited for the music already. Can you guys hear the music okay? Let me turn it up just a little. We should make a chat app that every time you go on an ADHD sidebar chat, petition the bot to run an ad. I think 3 sometimes comes up with the most cursed automation ideas. I can hear. Perfect. Thank you. Is it too loud? Is it too loud? Okay, I'll turn it down a little. I have a bag of hibiscus flowers I got in Chinatown. Ooh! Hibiscus teas are like on the more sour side for me. For some reason, I just like, there's a thing in the flavor I can't quite get behind, but I do really enjoy flower teas. Hibiscus is a great choice. Cheers to that. I turn calories into shitposts. It's giving me C-drama vibes. Really? This menu? Alright. Cool. Welcome to our playthrough of It Gets So Lonely Here. This game should take about 2 hours if I weren't playing on stream, which means on stream it'll be probably 4. We're gonna go ahead and start. This is a game by indie studio Ebihime, and I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link in chat if you would like to take a look at it yourself. You can also get it on Steam, but that's their itch.io. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and start. Oh! We're getting a raid literally right as we start. Renchiru, welcome! Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. I'm gonna launch straight into this game, but I hope you had a good stream and thank you for the raid. Here we go. Should I close my windows for better audio? No, we'll call it atmospheric sound. Yes, thank you for dropping the content warning. Oh, I should say that for anyone watching the VOD. The content warning that's officially listed on the itch.io site says this visual novel does not feature any explicit textual or graphical depictions of blood or gore. It does, however, mention these topics: drowning, being buried alive, cannibalism, bullying, and veiled mentions of homophobia. So reader discretion is advised. Such a great game. You'll play. Oh, you've played it before then. Okay, thank you for hyping it. I'm excited. I've heard great things. And this was actually a redeem from our charity stream. Aurora. Yes, Aurora's here. Aurora asked for this one. Cool. Here we go. You are running through a forest. Can you guys see those? Cool. Oh, cool. You can see my shoes. It is late at night, and the sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you. Not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you are going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. I want my viewers to discover it as well. You're the best person for this. Oh, wow. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I hope you and your viewers enjoy this. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. It's nice to meet you. The music is a bit too loud. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Turning it down. Is that better? You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, You're certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going. On and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you have been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked gasp. You're free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been, is it pronounced irrevocably or irrevocably? I must know. I'm sorry.
Irrevocably.
Irrevocably. Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then, your life will be over. This is actually the final scene of, or even arguably the opening scene of The Witch's House. I'm like instantly thinking about specifically that scene with the palette knife. You do not know if she's still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. Oh, it wasn't a palette knife, it was just a knife. The palette knife was in. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. We just started, Kelsworth. We just started. This is the opening scene. Welcome. Your legs would lock up, and your blood would freeze in your veins. Fun times. I'll take my chances if she catches me. Otaku No Face 25 stream streak is crazy. Thank you for the stream streak. Then you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it's too late for that. Is it? Oh, it is too late for a lot of things. I'm realizing something, guys. I think the reason you guys felt like the audio was too loud is because last time we did a recording stream, and I never reset the mic sensitivity higher again. Maybe now it'll sound a little different. I just set it back higher. Okay. Overall level should be higher now. It is too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you're drowning. It feels as though you are being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. Better? Okay, thank you, Karinyar, for sound checking. My feeling was you were talking at ASMR volume. Sorry. I always forget, after we do a recording stream, I always forget to update the levels. It's very QB, isn't it, Buria? I agree. You run and you run and you run until at long last you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you're so deep in the forest. Dark though it might be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? Okay, I hear children outside, so I'm going to close the window. It's getting noisy. Sorry about that. Okay, we're slowly getting the audio real good. It's getting better with every adjustment. Okay, no more screaming children in the back. Here we go. Okay. Children detected. The shore, the village, or the castle? We don't really know much about this world yet. I'm assuming one of these leads to you dying immediately. I'm gonna go ask for help from the people. Go to the village. So, you wanna go to the village? Good idea. Get off my lawn. Exactly. I'm that grumpy grandpa. Oh boy, toxic yuri, my favorite flavor. You got it. Candy Joe Arc, you and me both. Let's see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there's still much more to discover. Much and more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. Your only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run of a quaint, scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. Content warning cardio. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She will be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she will be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. Moonsin, we gotta get you to play 1000x Resist. It's actually also, one of the charity redeems was also, that's next. We're gonna do 1000x Resist next. It's longer, so I won't be able to play it all on stream, but we'll at least start it on stream. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So, you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, with all the awful nightmares which dealt within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. There's something charming about how this is written. I agree. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village, up close, does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open, the kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly, red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing, regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. Boyakuri says, I can't help imagining this narrator is laughing at me. And I think that's exactly why, like Master Goa in YouTube chat was saying there's something charming about how this is written. I think it's because the tone is like, it's a narrator with a personality and it's a little bit mocking us. I think that makes it feel charming in like an ominous way. There is nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. You try another door, then another, but the result is the same, regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody there. Once again, you have found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Nobody is here. You might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here, at the very least, who can help you. That is what you're thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination until you make yet another discovery. This village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerman woman taking you in, you did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. Dewdrop, welcome! The music is good, isn't it? The way that cello busts in. All hope is not lost. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing sentinel on this hill, like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have, subconsciously, already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark, and you are tired, and some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. Such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves and turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there is much to explore. You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing curiosity. And, as you do, you see her. She's cute. Is that shovel broken? She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself. But she is much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some reason, you observe her, or for some moments, you observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive lizard clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself from the sun. There's no sunlight here, though. There is only the night sky and the stars and the moon. Silver Van Rouge, is that you? Oh my gosh, he does look like silver. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what it is that the girl is clutching in her hands. It is not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It is a shovel. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There is something hypnotic, almost, in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. Where yet literally my brain was going the moment, it was like she's digging a hole. My brain went, diggy, diggy hole. Digging a hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Some memes just stay with you like forever. Like it's never going to leave you. My inner monologue is literally bullying me. I was trying not to ruin the mood, and then I glance over and Bori was like, whimsical diggy hole. It's just, I couldn't anymore. I had to sing it. We dig, dig, dig. Oh my god, me. Okay. Mood, guys, mood. It's a moody visual novel. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You've come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You've grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they're not quiet enough. That's my own cheeks. Okay, lock in. Exactly the vibe. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Johan, welcome! Lesbians! Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows, but now she's looking at you. You can tell that she's pretty. Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are a clear, cool blue, like ice. Those eyes of hers, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. Oh my god, it's very, like, Silver Van Rouge coded. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. This is a fairy tale themed visual novel, right? So would this be Snow White? Perhaps she's some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she's none of these things. The shovel she's clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. El Chow, I know, right? The first thing I was like, is that bent? Is it broken? You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which once were gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. Her lips curve upwards at the edges. Like, you guys both turn to look at each other, and the first thing both of you think is, oh, they're pretty. And like, very strong opening. She is smiling, and what a smile it is. It is transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. That shovel is the straightest thing in this visual novel. You're so relieved, you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You have been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this, because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance. Well, she does live in a rural village. What were you expecting? Wait, a rough voice? Do I just like deepen it? Let me try. Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in the whole world. Now, this is quite the effusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. So she's like loud? She's rather more personable than her apparel might suggest. Cowboy? We can do cowboy. We can do a yeehaw, like a light yeehaw. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn now to be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh, do you not know? There's an awful lot you do not know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one and everyone knows everybody else. The girl's expression falls. At least they used to, back when there was still people to know. That ain't the case now, though. Not after the plague. There was a plague? That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right. It's just me here now. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. Title drop! It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveler, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I got flustered and couldn't read the sentence. Especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. Scratchy Irish vibes would go so hard, Folk. I wish I could do an Irish accent. You thought, when you saw her among the graves, that she would be more distant somehow and more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing her up with somebody else. You are still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold, kipping on the graves. What are you? An idiot sandwich? A romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation, at the very least. You do not want to appear too eager, but your acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Scratchy English accent. I feel like we should save the... I don't know if I can do that, like, country bumpkin sound in, like, English accent very well. Why would you ever refuse her? She's the first friendly face you've seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would to you be the more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says, "Here we are, home sweet home," you don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. Northern English. Oh, Northern English is really hard. I can really only do a Southern. It's too posh. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists and is perilously low. Not so much so that you're in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's a fire in the corner, though it is not consigned to a grate. The fire, instead, is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves. Iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs, and strips of meat left to cure. Tuppence. Accent activator word. You're right, Furia. This one is cozy, right, Folk? The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour sense of unwashed bodies. Like a laborer's smell, except in this context, I couldn't help but think of corpses first. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there's a roof over your head and food to put in your belly. The girl looks to the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with the ladle. Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she has brewing within it. You can only hope that she is not, like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with fenny snake fillets. Fillets? Fillets? Fillet? That's food, right? Wait, but it's 2 L's. Wait. Me Googling words every time I play visual novels, truly. 2 L's would still be fillet. Oh, yeah, it's still fillet even with 2 L's?
Fillet.
I thought... Fillet? Okay, cool. Wait, I just realized I haven't been saving, so let me do that. Also, is there like a dialogue replay? I'm not seeing any. Oh, I think I just missed it. My bad. What was that? I don't know. She sets the ladle down, back into the pot, then looks to you and smiles. Yes. I think this is just about done, the girl says to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down, back into the pot, then looks to you and smiles. Do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite the long way and you must be hungry. These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. I like her better with the shovel. You're like, I just want a woman who could kill me at a moment's notice. The moment she put her shovel down, she was no longer a credible threat, and I was no longer attracted. You're so hungry you could eat a horse. Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. Your hostess retrieves 2 earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges into which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever it is she's cooking. You guys starting the stream with like, there may be mentions of cannibalism made me immediately, like the moment they were like, oh, there's like strips of meat hanging from the ceiling, I was like, human! This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though. You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? So like I was right. So I was correct. Or is it like DDLC where they like intentionally put words in to make you think a certain thing and then they're like, oh, you thought? Oh, did we make you nervous? Humans are creatures of necessity. Yeah, like, was she digging a grave or was she digging up a grave, right? How fresh are these corpses? You like to wrap yourself up in pretensions, but in actuality, you are not much better than animals. You are so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Oh, I open the stream and the first sentence I hear is, so I will resort to cannibalism. Welcome, Bruna. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches while you eat, and she giggles once you have finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh. You catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You were so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly, though, and you have been suitably warmed. Your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool out of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and for your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She is not like the girls you grew up with. She's not like other girls. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic... These word selections. Okay. Eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes, your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious. That's right, there was a plague. And what of the villagers? What of her father? They're all gone now. Gone. Yes, you see, your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest. My family has a history. We've lived here for centuries by the church, so as we can tend to the graveyard. Ah, so this abode is centuries old, then. Yeah, I agree, Callahan. I feel like the only reasonable take that the authors are leading us towards is that she's eating the bodies, but also, like, if they're super decomposed, like, wouldn't you need fresh bodies? I have a lot of questions. It would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burial, back when he was alive. He built the coffins, and he dug the graves, and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside, a girl who is without much in the way of education. It is apparent, just to listen to her, and the way she slurs her syllables together, that she has never had any elocution lessons, not like you. There is a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. Millman says this girl puts people in the ground in more ways than one. You cannot help but be impressed. Cello has entered the chat. Yup. So you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes. Your hostess, the gravedigger, says. That's about right, though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew and then some. I might be a woman, but I have plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she were still alive, she'd rather I focus on more feminine pursuits like basket weaving or sewing, or to better attract a suitor. Not that that would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to her mother? She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old. Oh, well. You can relate to her, at least upon this point. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you are aware. You have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. Bruna says, but we're both girls. I might be a woman, but I have a lot of upper body strength. For many years, there have been no letters, nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events because she smiles, albeit somberly. It's all right. It was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? That, too. I was the oldest child, so it was my job, after my mother died, to manage the sweeping and the cooking. Oh, and looking after all my siblings, too. You blink, intrigued, then glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not exactly being subtle, because she shakes her head. I had siblings. 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now. Oh. You should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas. Don't apologize, not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade, digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for the young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us in the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer, or so I've heard. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She's not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It is too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me, but that was fine. It was how I liked it. Oh, Master Goa, thank you for the super chat. Remember Romance of the Three Kingdoms when Liu An performed the heroic feat of serving his wife Teliope, claiming she was wolf meat? This kind of rings a bell, but I don't know the Romance of the Three Kingdoms well enough, to be honest. Clearly, I gotta go read it if there's cannibalism in it. Is this my special interest now? I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and we can't dine on the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't nothing that special, but I've always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed. We knew hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life is around here. When food supplies were low, we always helped one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. At least, they did. Until the plague happened. Yes, she had mentioned a plague. You'd been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. Adjust my mic a little. Okay. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so very empty? You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago, but maybe it wasn't all that long after all. Feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she is entrenched within her own memories. Why did she have a Texan accent? She was described as like rough and country. So we were like, yeehaw. Why could she be remembering? What could she be remembering? You have never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up on the streets and stacked up in the wooden carts come to take them away with no shortage of aplomb. She was a strange woman, your history professor. CW Texans. The plague came on very suddenly. There was no warning. One day everyone was fine, and the next, they were all dead. It is with no small amount of anxiety that you eye the gravedigger. Then you ask, worriedly, surely they could not all have died. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerating, but it's the truth, honest to God. The people in the village died one after the other, just like that. I saw what that plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain. I'm just guessing. Still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. And then there were the boils. The boils? Pustules. They were the size of eggs, and they were full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house was full of it. The stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him, lying on his deathbed, and she shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. I felt she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill, I remember that, after she left. Until a few days passed and she fell sick, too. And I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but... The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might, at any point, fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father, the clammy skin, the fever, and the boils. boils grew, then they burst, and then they died in scream and stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill, but I think even that was 3 days too many. I love a country girl who basket weaves. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, tell him it'd be all right, until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones and his mouth dried out. During that last day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments, The gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, "I wish he'd just died." Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining? No, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of effort, even if it is a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say, very softly, that you're sorry. It is not much, but it is all you can think of saying. You had thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but you can see now that that is not the case. Her suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She's very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you so, no matter how foolish you might be. What and what between our what? Do you really deserve such kindness? Oh, again with the apologies. It's all right, like I said. You didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you. I'm just recounting what happened is all. I do wonder, though, why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was gonna die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. Oh, thank you for the hydrate redeeming, Josh. I'm gonna reheat my water a little bit. Maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it all, so as I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now, under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though, the gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and the dirt from my clothes. Oh god, so they existed, they're just dead. Aha, so the village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit. And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. The priest who preached at the church who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones on the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine once she has finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She's being very brave, much more so than you are. Washerwomen past tense is hilarious. Anxiously, you extend a hand towards her, meaning to... what? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head? That would be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that's the last thing you want. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you heard her plight and that you care. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved. And so, after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh no, the gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away from the back of her arm, with the back of her arm. It's all right. I've grown used to it, really. Being on my own, I mean. It ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you? Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough and a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. Why does she have food enough when she's the only person in the village? Like, I need to know the answer to this question. You must be tired after your journey. I'll be just a moment. Something like that. I clicked too fast. The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. The wide smiles a red flag. I love how we're all just like, ah! You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please, and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. Ugh. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. I'm gonna do a tea steep. Yippee! I think they said flash steeps from here. I should probably get a lid or something for that, but I'm gonna put it in my thermos so I don't have to reheat the kettle every time. I feel like it's really noisy. Sorry about the rumble. She looted everyone else's houses, maybe. Yeah, but how long has it been, truly? Like, where's this food coming from? Is she hunting? I kind of doubt it. Okay. This story is steeped in allegory. Torodoko, well said. My chair is a little low. Up it a little. Uppies. Okay. This so-called spare bedroom is, in all likelihood, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. Konos, welcome. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You're tired. Wretchedly so. Why? It is all you can do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. Kono says, you know, I think the yandere's type is a woman with glasses, red highlights, great style, and cosplay streams. I like how you immediately come in and you drop a compliment. You're like, let me butter up my streamer a little bit. Thank you. There are many, many people in the world with less. Ying howls? When did I howl, Sonya? You rise and follow the gravedigger, once she has finished her preparations, to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it would be. At least there's a bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble, you were half expecting a straw pallet. You went a woo? I went a woo? Oh, I didn't notice. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets of the bed are clean, too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. This really is your lucky day. I got you this, too, the gravedigger says, somewhat shyly, as she hands you a folded gown. To sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are, a little shabby. Not again. Your skirt is covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged. This night, words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you and you yawn. A fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice. Oh, begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help. The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge. Like a drudge? What? Then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you can almost forget all the hardships you have hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, and then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold, and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but you soon have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. You're too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, then pull on your new nightgown. She hurries off before you can ask her what drudge means. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite warm, but it fits well enough. It is more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It is with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, and with another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. That looks like a cozy bedroom, though. It does. It does, Callahan. I agree. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail your heart is still pounding. That fear is yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it's fused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut, and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. A drudge is a person who does menial, hard, or repetitive work. Oh, as in for the word drudgery? Okay, makes sense. It is not long until you are spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatoire, you were frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatoire, the place where this adventure of yours began. You're wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, and your gray, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were no... My optometrist just texted me. I'm going to put on Do Not Disturb. All of a sudden... Oh, actually, I should do not disturb too hard, because my friend might be coming by in a bit to pick something up. All of a sudden, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, and no thrown objects. Torodoko, thanks for hanging out for a bit. Have a good one. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporate reality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had hewn a name. Your name. You knew at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This was why they had, for so many months, been ignoring you assiduously. They had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Your eerie dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you awake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. Cheers to that, mate! You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in the manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them. Oh, you look awful! I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe you need something to eat, too? Let me get started on breakfast. And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair, nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It is food all the same, though, and you do not complain. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive, at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return. A sunny smile, like a field of blooming bellflowers. It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else, she says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you're grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now, during the day. Jeez. Throwback to the beginning of stream. During the night, however, it returns to you. The sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you are assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth gaping open in a paroxysm of terror. And they're roommates! Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you're still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you're sweeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread loaf so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but posit a question to her on one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You've always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it. What's the point in it, The gravedigger ponders while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky her temperament is so very placid. I don't suppose there is any point to it, really, the gravedigger eventually says with a small smile. I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going, and I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. That's all, is it? You think you can understand that. Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nestled amongst them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose. She does it, instead, out of sentiment. Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spent my days idling all on my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this, so that the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender nature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. You are ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. We cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know? Still, the laughter of the gravedigger as it echoes through the gray, gloomy sky is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and the preparing of meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It is not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She's windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there's dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, then looks to the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen with a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Moonsin's like, there's cake? Maybe our MC's hella caked up, you don't know. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you. A toothy smile, which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. Thank you so much, dear one. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now, let me give it a test. The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup, then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Then she places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You've cooked for her before, in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. I know, right? She called me dear one. You never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in relative comfort as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally.
When you're with her, you're not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger exclaims after drawing the spoon from her lips, her smile a bright, guileless one. It's delicious! Your face flushes at this compliment. You are unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the gravedigger smile. Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really. That is a relief. You were not very good at all of this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw this solid soup out. Okay, that's not foreshadowing at all. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Okay. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above the rest. You did not cut yourself with the knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Master Goa, thank you for the super. I'm overdue for sleep. I work graveyard here. Haha, I work graveyard is a fantastic timing of a phrase right now. This will be pleasant to sleep to. Enjoy the Yuri meat. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, Master Goa, for the super and for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Have a lovely sleep. All right. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat it with, but oh, I should brew some tea too. Let me. Ah, yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. Fortified soup, Elchow. You were so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves your request aside. No, it's all right. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you are awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it. Soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in this simple fare after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. A bit of a kick to it? What did you put in it to give it a bit of a kick? Where did you get pepper from? Or is this like when white people are like, ooh, that garlic is kind of spicy. Genuinely, I love white people food comments so much. Like, not in a I'm mocking them way, but in a that is so cute way. I just think it's adorable. A little seasoning is why it's so spicy. Yeah, I know, right? It's adorable. It's so cute. I'm so tickled every time. I keep dropping more tea leaves in. That's whatever. It's fine. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing. So much so, it makes you feel rather sleepy. You would like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories, as you have sometimes in the past. That, or play cards. The nights are long, and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of old maid, alas, will have to wait. You're too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. You've been drugged, buddy. You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, as she nods in response. That's all right. You don't need to stay up with me, not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. Your cat is passed the fuck out. I'm glad, Milton. Here we go. You do not think you are particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She's far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding and then rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out of your clothes. You've only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is the gravedigger come to check up on you. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I take a look at you? I just want to see if you're all right. The gravedigger's trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned. So much so, she could very well be on the brink of tears. Fwa, welcome! Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. See you in the VOD later. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she's done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inward with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white nightgown. Boria, thank you for the content warning. The gravediggers look at you. The gravedigger looks at you. What am I saying? Seated in bed with your hair freed from your usual braids and exhales. Is that relief, you wonder, playing about her face? But why? What was she expecting to see, exactly, before entering your bedchamber? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health, you just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. That would be nothing out of the norm. You are always pale. True. Oh, sorry. Said that she laughed like a horse braying, right? What would that sound like? True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink or maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm. Blendroid, hello! I'm glad you've been enjoying your lurk. Good night. Sleep well. You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that this won't be necessary. You will be fine. I hope so. I thought that about my father too before he... The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon those symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague which once beset your own country, and you shudder. If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way, the gravedigger says. But before that... Before that? This was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering... Would you mind if I brush your hair for a little while? Your hair? That's right. It's such a pretty shade of red is all. I just thought, well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to. But I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing. That is what the gravedigger says, but you have the distinct feeling that she is the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. Unprotected hair brushing? But she has been so very good to you and has done so very much for you that you do not want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request. And upon doing so, you're certain that you have made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately in a manner which makes you blush. Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Now let me fetch my brush. The gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. This artifact acquired, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed, by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatoire. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk. Not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse. This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscences. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when next she speaks, is dreamy. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me, back when she was still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though. It is funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there's something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair which is wont to summoning forth such images. I would not know, personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much, the gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still. Well, it weren't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force. Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother? I can't rightly say, the gravedigger replies in a somber sort of voice. I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning. Oh, and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough, despite that, to brush your hair? She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who liked to sit indoors with their mothers and sew. I had always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled, not that you can see it with your back facing her. My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that I always traipsed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. The gravedigger snorts. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had my hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had a lot of hopes, my mother. High hopes. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. Our profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and, oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable. So much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that of course your father loved you, really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her. That she must have done, else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say, quietly, that you understand. Sometimes, you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, the gravedigger says, after a pause, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us. You guess so. Parents are only people, after all. While one would hope that one's parents would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It is a painful subject. Oh, you think OP might be Rapunzel vertegrate? Maybe. Maybe. Capri Suns. Catching Gates, welcome. Okay. Oh well, it's all right if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces. At least, until he wasn't. He died, and I didn't do a thing to help him. Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It is all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush, which has been hovering in the air, inert, from her fingers. Then, you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but think, what if? If I keep racking my head over and over trying to come up with something, but I can't think of anything. And even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him. And now I'm all alone. She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now. Not anymore. How can she be when you are there? I know that. I know, and I'm grateful, and I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, and when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too. Not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much, I can't sleep from it. I'm scared. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She leans forward, her arms wound about her middle, as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries, and she cries, and she cries. For a few moments, you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrows she has endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You're not so very tired, however. You cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms, but there's something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you're tired enough, and for once, to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully arresting. You open your arms, and before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest. Oh. A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sounds of wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there's nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She's all wide eyes and awkward pointy elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You've never been in a situation like this before. You've never consoled any friends before because you have never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms. Oh, I'm very sorry to be showing you something so embarrassing. It's just, I get so lonely sometimes. Until, at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. They've been roommates for possibly months now. Yup. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulder blades in her back. Gently, you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets. You still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You have already accepted the gravedigger, after all. Every single inch of her. You have accepted her hospitality. You have accepted her food. Now, you are accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she awakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There is no concept of time between the two of you. No thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there is only the warmth shared between you, and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There's the sound, irregular now and less intense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There's this gentle, tender moment snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night, which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighted down with stones. They droop inexorably downwards, pulling you, like a drowning maiden, into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep, more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. But when you awake, you find that you are no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you are quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you were roused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself or else slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. But that does not sound quite right, though. You slept well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? Callahan's like, she's being buried alive. Maybe. You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, but who else could it have been save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That is a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold, too, and you're lying upon something hard. Some sort of stone slab? What is going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied. There's something heavy lying atop you, something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before upon awaking, but at this discovery you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, though it is coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outward, but they do not get very far. There is a wall above you, and walls on either side of you, walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You've never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which, initially, you tried to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You were lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it. The irregular sound of drumming. Yes, I should save, you're right. Something is about to happen. It is as though somebody, though they must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingertips upon the lid of your coffin. That, or it is raining. It is not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it the falling rain. It is dirt. This sound continues, on and on, as though it is drilling its way inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you, when you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing, that you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living, and with whom you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is some manner of mistake? Once she realizes that you are, in fact, entombed in one of the coffins she is currently filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you, she will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it. So, you're awake then, are you, dear one? The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says, in a perplexed sort of voice, now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple hours more, so the last time we spoke could have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm gonna feel bad. Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense, you are attuned to every single syllable, and each one of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think, in your optimism, that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you are hoping, though, it is in vain. That's right. You really do catch on quick. So, it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought that she was your friend. We are friends, the gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty. I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last... How long's it been again? I don't remember. Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both of your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand, but you understand her reply even less. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action. I've been digging graves for a long time, see? You cannot see. It is too dark. But you affirm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anybody to put them in. Not for ages. It was rather sad. You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You know no good would come of it. All you can do for the present is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village, not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not going to let the opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother and I buried my father. I buried all of my friends. Now, I'm going to bury you too. It is sound logic in a sense. As the daughter of a gravedigger, digging graves is her job. But something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah, yes. There is a bit of a flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You're not dead, after all. You might not be dead now, the gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity. But you will be, if given enough time. I mean, everybody else I've ever known's died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next? It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for too long, you will run out of oxygen, and then you will suffocate. That, or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one. You are unsure which death would be worse, though given how precarious your situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she's still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, she says, but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. They never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long, and then you'd leave me. This way, at least, I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my home, so's you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It is choking you, stopping up your throat so you can only cry. You scream. You beg and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She has already buried her brothers. She has even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. Can you let us out so we can see the spot you picked? Yeah, I kind of want to check out the view first before I'm interred in here for forever. She thinks by burying you, she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she is going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She's beyond listening. Shush, shush, dear one, says the gravedigger, very gently. Just as gently as she spoke last night when she confided in you all of her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest. And while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way, we can always be together, and I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your legs, your arms, and your head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt and the scrapings of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there, screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin over and over as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams, for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You're all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box, which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It is so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here, underground, forever and ever, or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know? You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? I mean, I feel like we have to try, but either way we die. Like, I can't imagine that there's a way to break out of here. But let's try. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well. I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. Wait. We're the yandere? Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? Oh, how exciting! Okay, I guess, is there like a different yandere at the end of every path? That's exciting! That's exciting! Yeah, this whole time I thought it might be an internal monologue, and now I'm like, Maybe it's an all-seeing Monica-style yandere. Okay, well, let's go to the shore. And then we'll end with the castle. It's like Slay the Princess. I haven't played Slay the Princess yet, but it is on my list. So, you want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you have prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope, for your sake, that you have learned how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. I think a lot of that was repeat, so I'm not going to reread it. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. First time in a VN stream, need to go walk the doggy and do some chores. Thanks for letting me watch. Of course, folk. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your walkies. Sure thing. Sure, I'm sure. Surely, there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. We still haven't found out who's pursuing you, but I feel like it's the narrator. I feel like the narrator is the one who's chasing us down. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman. A face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You're only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous... Oh my god, these VN writers, bro. Vertiginous. What does that mean? Causing vertigo. Vertiginous. Okay, interesting. Fascinating. We learned a new word, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. I can say for sure that it was a shore time. Perfect, Booyah. You felt upon escaping the woods a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale. Then you frown. Now what are you to do? You did not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There is little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You do not know. And you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head, and what of your weary legs? Fitfully you look around. There's nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There's no point in looking south. That's the way you came. And when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you. You're on your own. You feel so overwhelmed you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onward. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. Surely! You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart until at long last you reach your destination. There is a house, after all, out here in the wilds, though it doesn't, at a glance, look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered, not so far from the cliffs, is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this building, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you would not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings, but do your misgivings matter, really, when there's nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it is empty. It is rather late at night, after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you'll never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then you rap the knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm. But for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say that you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door, you pull it down, and to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you, as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. Of course no one's here. What are we thinking? It is hard to see given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior, which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Oh my god, Buria, it's hard to see, isn't it? Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though? If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute. So intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why, who is to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things, stacked inside one another like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious sort. In your dream, you are at the conservatoire, with your hair tied back in two prim, proper braids. Thai iced tea, welcome! You're walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed, so as not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls, with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes, are merciless. You hunt your shoulders together in the stream of yours, so as not to draw their attention, but alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. They are staring at you. They are laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, at a girl taller than you, and prettier, and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall and your knees still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She's laughing at you. Then, she's pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is all of a sudden very loud. It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then, it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No. You do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past, where the past ought to remain. You are never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start. Mailman says, this is better than Audible. 隆重推荐. Thank you for the ringing endorsement. We're awake. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes, you glance about. Oh, it is tea time. It sure is tea time. Thank you for the hydration. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the window splashed still with stars. My throat is starting to get a little sore. I guess this is the most, like, aggressive active reading that I've done in a stream. Okay, cheers. How long were you asleep? You're not sure. Your dream was so very detailed, it really did feel that you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, fetid water in your mouth. Is that how you pronounce it?
Fetid.
Fetid. Fetid water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. Oh, Yuna is on both chats. I see you. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Well, now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You're very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet, then stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors, howling like an injured animal, and more softly the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. It is warm to listen to, filling me with determination to keep working on my university project. Good luck, Bruno. What is that sound? Why, it is almost like singing. You're right, Callahan. Maybe it is Ariel. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there's a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one, which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally, that is another matter altogether. Fateful day you found that book in the library. What could it mean? You really should have learned your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, and then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then, you step out into the unknown. Into the unknown! You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice. As it hangs on the breeze, it would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. The voice that sailed 1,000 ships? You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs where they drop downwards into empty air. You ought not go any further, but the voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it, echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out at the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then, you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep, and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you're determined to ease yourself down onto the shore, in one piece, preferably. Maybe a siren. The wind is so powerful it feels as though there's something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder, during your descent, if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Don't go towards the mysterious singing. It's so Sea Survival 101. Ever heard of a siren? Well, if that is what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last your feet meet the shoreline below. You've made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones where it ought to be, your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. They keep making like doll-type phrasing things. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now, you must find them. You set off down the shore on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth, the rocks which cannot be circumnavigated. Meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality? I didn't realize you could make surreal into surreality of your moonlit stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires, but this ocean is different. It is so late at night, it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to squash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then at long last, you see her. There is a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aurora. Everyone's like, pretty lady! Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. That achievement said stumbling straight into something, but isn't the story, like, not straight? That's correct, mailman. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it is nothing like anything you've ever seen before. King of Cryo, welcome. Thanks for the 7-stream streak. It is here, and here alone, that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has, instead, the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Oh my. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing. It feels almost as if she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest, as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when you first observed her sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you, however. You can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She is beautiful. So much so it is almost unnerving. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she is none of these things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet regardless, like those of any fishes one might find at the market. We all know we would die too, like the protagonist, for an otherworldly pretty woman. It's true. It's true. Would. And by would, I mean would die for you. These scales are iridescent, and bathed beneath the light of the moon, they seem almost to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She is smiling. Then she says in a refined sort of voice, My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My. This is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet, girlish variety. She's rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to ponder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You are still here. Yes, well, I can see that, the mermaid answers with a light laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I have always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering, sitting here night after night, all on my own. It gets so lonely here. Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say that you are unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Breathes performatively. Thoughtless though you might be, at times you are not so very self-centered that you cannot detect the note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident, as she looks at you, that she's hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived by this shore, and you are unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. Callahan, you're like, it's a sleeper agent phrase, basically. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You are still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm? Okay, I need to take a bathroom break, so I'm gonna run and add Twitch side, and then I'm probably gonna try to take grab a snack on my way back also. So everyone stretch your legs, get some water. I will be back in about a minute and a half.
Shows up with a Costco-sized bag of pepper salami. I'm heating up a lunch in the microwave right now. Everybody idle break? What does that mean? I can't take a break. I've been playing Isanzo the whole... What is Isanzo? Can I have some? Yeah, this is my favorite peppered salami. It's actually like properly spicy because there's enough pepper on the edges. Okay, here's your salami. Boop. How was it? I'll have one too. Every time I offer chat food, like through the webcam, and then I eat it myself, it feels like when you go visit your relatives' graves, and then the Chinese tradition is to like bring food offerings for them, right? And you like lay all the food out, and then later on you take it home and you eat it. That's what it feels like to me. Sado Kupo, welcome. You're not too late. You're right at the beginning of this second storyline that we're on right now. Welcome. You've come just in time. You've been playing Stardew while watching the stream. The whiplash between this and that is a very different vibe, yeah. I love salami. I can feel my blood sugar getting a little low, which is why I was like, I gotta go. I started getting this like buzzing in my head. Okay. And then I have my tea. Yippee! Okay, is my microwave food done? Yippee! I heated up some coconut curry soup and I put a block of silken tofu in it for protein. Jajang! Oh, it's super overexposed. Sorry. Can't see it. Oh no, I broke the focus. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? Focus. Okay, here's the... Now you guys can see. I don't want to pour it on. It broke again though. Okay. 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 Cool. Cheers. Lunch. Why is silken tofu so good? It needs more warming up. Got a few minutes in the microwave, so let's keep going. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity within the human realm? Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful naturally for your company, although... Why is it not letting me hit enter anymore? Wistfully, the mermaid sighs. I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants. This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to? So, you were able to work that much out? The mermaid answers with a small smile. You are an intelligent one, aren't you? Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. You could never get your head around all of the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you, but she is not here. None of them are here. It is just you now and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess.
For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You're quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. Why are my keyboard shortcuts not like working anymore? I'm so confused. There are many humans in this world. Of that I know. Oh, that's her voice. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human. You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and asked about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. Okay, my soup. Go get my soup.
Soup time. Yay! We can't be her human. Maybe she'll adopt us as like a second place. Don't lose hope. Thank you, Costco. Okay. Wait, is my salami still here? Yes, good. Let me take a few more bites and then we're gonna continue. I just want to make sure make sure my blood sugar doesn't get too low. I get really like dizzy and sweaty. I like often won't notice when I'm just kind of out and about. But when I'm streaming, I guess it like takes so much energy that I actually notice when I'm hungry when I'm streaming. I feel like there's a pattern emerging. Oh, in the visual novel you mean? Oh, absolutely. Like, meet character. Character has lost past loved one. We become their new loved one, and then they kill us, right? They kill us to keep us there forever. Because everyone else has left them. That's why it's a yandere yuri. Callahan said, damn, we can't do math. We really are gay. I'm actually not aware of this stereotype. Gay people can't do math? Oh, that actually does kind of sound familiar. I don't think about it often, but I suppose I do miss salami. It gets lonely around her after all. It's because we're vampires. We're taking your life force when you stream. It's the opposite. I feel like I should be a lot more tired when I stream than I am. Like, it's mechanically exhausting, but I'm actually not that tired. It's because chat gives me energy. So if anyone's the vampire here, it's me. Get it right. Mailman says, I'm not gay, but I'm awful at math. So this is giving me an identity crisis. I have often heard the words, I'm too gay for math. Oh! Okay. Must be a stereotype that I'm just not very familiar with then. It's kind of cute, I guess. Here comes the tea. Am I like a vampire who can be in the sun? Who even created the whole... Oh, I guess like the original... I'm literally sitting here like, oh, didn't I recently read Dracula? Yeah. I did finally read Dracula like a few months back, I want to say. It's a meme. Oh, it's a meme, not a stereotype. Okay, that makes more sense. Same with gay people can't drive. Oh, okay, okay. It's like a running gag. Got it. All right. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter,
and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean all of my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. The opposite of a vampire? Mav, exactly, Bruna. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Her conversation was engaging, and I knew, through our continued encounters, that she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel for a few brief moments a flicker of some ugly, primordial emotion. What, jealousy? Oh, could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. You have for many, many years been woefully alone. But you are not alone now. You are with the mermaid, and she is with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the pharmacy not tell her companion beforehand? Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? My keyboard stopped working for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, I think it just needs to be reset. Wait, is it dead? Hello? Oh, it's on. Okay, now it's working. So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when, you ask, did she disappear? I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently, both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons and for your months and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs. Perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. How long, exactly, do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs, a soft, tinkling sound like that of a bell, which makes you blush. Yeah, our protagonist gaze, fuck. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You have always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put it in terms a human like you can understand, I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries? That is quite the surprise, but perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I have experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I'm asking for an impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her or to her family, or perhaps to her whole village. You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge it for too long, otherwise you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You are only a traveler, after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought you might say that. It is quite unfortunate, but oh well. I ought not to reflect upon all that I am missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I am sure, with the hopes of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord. And, of course, I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon, before my absence is noticed. But will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I have always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. You cannot help but feel as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you, instead, as a substitute for the farmhand that she has been missing so very ardently. Oh, a Abhorrent Imperative asks, have I read Carmilla? I have not read Carmilla yet. That was next on my list after reading Dracula. Dracula was like, I mean, it was very like old-timey. It was okay. It was fine. I think the audiobook I listened to made it a little more interesting. Like, it was just unnecessarily long, but a lot of the books of that time period were kind of like that. That's true. If you like the like told through letters format, Dracula fits perfectly in that genre. It was fun getting all the different like viewpoints. Use you, yeah, for real. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that she has been missing so very ardently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things. I feel like our guy has kind of a superiority complex, huh? In the last one, you feel like she kept talking about being like a well-bred maiden or whatever. Okay. It makes your self-esteem sting. You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You would, you tell the mermaid, after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Choco Noodles, yeah, she does sound classist as fuck. 100%. Like she was raised that way, you know? Oh, thank you. I have been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared? Maybe being a snobby asshole is what's gotten her in this whole fairy tale horror loop in the first place. Maybe, but it sounds like she was also surrounded by other even snobbier assholes, so... I did not know. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You are not callous and unfeeling like the merfolks who live beneath the water surface. You're much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder, of how petty you are and how jealous, would she still care for you? I love it when the narrator, like, starts to talk directly to the player. Well, that is neither here nor there. You agreed to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, then make your slow, stumbling way back up the cliffs, then to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes. When's the last time we ate? The sighing of the wind outside and the distant rolling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a marish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Satokubo, I think those are processed photos, actually. Where has that all gone? Do you not think you are being a bit complacent? No? Oh well. You will. So ominous. The following morning, when it arrives... Oh, bye, Thais. You have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It is not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it is not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has the distinct, disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There's broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which once must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there's precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you will have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night, and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, in actual fact, which roused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the gray clouds which choke the sky. You are not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You are dwelling, instead, upon the events of the night prior. You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night, during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scant food and drink to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall, so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your soul still ache after your exertions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be all right. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you're going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings lead you to the cliff, which are steep and sharp. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder at how you were able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You are rather more determined than you ever realized, though I, of course, could have told you that much. 100% the narrator is like yandere that she's running away from, you know? You are surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop to the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Your meanderings along the cliff reveal to you all manner of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright like the sun's light during the summertime. Or you think, with a flush of pleasure, the fair hair of the mermaid, whom you are certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it is uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for this minor discomfort. You have just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You are sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with dolor that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again, and when next you see her, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make for your mermaid a diadem, something she will be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She is so pretty, anything would suit her. You continue to work, slow and steadfast, as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you are eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid would feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. Carefully, you pocket your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits, for the present, at least. It is fortunate, really, that you are so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. The emptiness in your stomach assuaged, you return to the cottage, whereat you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. There's very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor. occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire so that you might ward off the cold. The time is terribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore as she said she would? Can you truly trust her? Oh, you hope that you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. Sure, we can trust her. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There is a single, solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the roiling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noblewoman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? Buoyed as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, they are trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle and turn it. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs, as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soles still ache from your expedition the day prior, but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. You've known her for only one night, yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Well, almost anything. You hurry down to the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. So frantic are you in your attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you very nearly fall. It is a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way onto the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of the rock whereat you last saw the mermaid. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing, and her eyes light up. But would she die for her, though? Yep, I assume that's the one thing that our guy is thinking about in the almost. Miracle, welcome! Since when has a pretty woman ever harmed anyone? Says our protagonist on the way to being harmed by a pretty woman after being already harmed by a pretty woman many times before. Correct. Okay. Quick soup break. My throat is getting more sore. A lot more intense reading than I'm used to. I thought I'd be fine. I feel like we do streams like this all the time. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing and her eyes light up. Or at least they seem to. So, you have returned to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or perhaps I should say, heroine. Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. Women have this magic about them. Source and men. Yeah. You do not even think of yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you rather think that you would be a supporting character. One without her own voice. Oh, how interesting that technically we're playing a heroine that still doesn't have her own voice. You are not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She is staring at you delightedly, as though you are the one person in the world she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you are so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. I saw the way you scaled those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic. Oh, so she saw that, did she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? You have never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before a being as poised and as perfect as the mermaid, it stings a little bit. More, in fact, than the resultant graces on your palms your clumsiness wrought you. She's not bullying us. We're doing that for her. We internalize our bullying. That's efficiency. Well, I don't know if it's an internalization, because we still don't know who the narrator voice is, right? Could be someone else. Might not be us. My throat has been bad for an entire week. Oh, went deeper. Oh, like it's not at the top, it's at the base now. Hope your throat feels better soon. You tell the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You weren't thinking, well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again. She was? Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I had hoped that we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you reply, with a nod of your head. You heard it, all the way in the abandoned cottage. It called out to you. That was the general idea. I was singing for you. She was? You do not think that you are worthy of a mermaid song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then... Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There's nobody else to hear me. That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. Yeah, I like the music in the game so far too, very cool. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful. Then tell her, before you can lose your nerve, that you have prepared a present for her too. Oh, have you really? You have. It is a small thing. Nothing more than a silly trinket. But if it would not be too much of an imposition, then, with clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket. For a few moments, you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it, but your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made with only a few flowers, and it was held firm against all the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when you made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you have begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half a mind, as the seconds elapse, to snatch your silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upwards into a smile, and in a voice so full of gratitude it makes your heart throb, she says, "Oh my, did you make this for me?" "Well, yes," you reply, still feeling a little flustered. "You saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk and they made you think of her. Not, you hasten to add, that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They're far inferior when contrasted with her good looks." You simply thought. You're unable to get the rest of the sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you, not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know? What happened to all of your confidence? This narrator is always so ominous. I really want to know what the history is. I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it really is pretty. Infatuated, interested. You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say very quietly that you're glad she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious, because she smiles. I am not simply saying things to spare your ego. I'm not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Callan has his theory, but it hinges upon how the second story ends. Okay. I feel like you've been one step ahead this whole time. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. Oh? You blush at this, more deeply still, and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then she really does like it? Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny with all of your second guessing. She was like that too in the beginning. She? My friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Why is bro so jealous? Ah, yes. Her friend. How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know? Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there where I cannot tread. The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs which tower above the shore, tall and imposing as though to stab the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when first she presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There is no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Oh yeah, well, my flower crown is prettier! Like, is this open manipulation? What is this? Of course the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She's so very beautiful. Like a tutelary goddess. What the hell? What are these words, bro? Tutelary. Protector, a guardian, or patron?
Tutelary.
Tutelary. Okay. The words we've learned today, vertiginous and tutelary. Like a tutelary goddess, she seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious or more irreligious, maybe? You might even consider worshipping her. Takes notes, tutelary goddess. Though in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one. I might be accustomed to gifts, but it has been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I'm truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. Dear one. That's the same thing that other girl called us. The mermaid leans forward on her rock so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering. And now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think it is of a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Doesn't that not feel like open manipulation? Now this isn't enough to make you start, if the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted? I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. Callahan says my theory deepens. I'm so curious what your theory is now. They did not last for very long, though. Not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The water soon rend the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. Manipulation is bad. Woman manipulation, on the other hand. It's giving herstory. You must be very good with your hands. Oh. Wouldn't you like to know? One of my favorite D20 Intrepid Heroes moments is when they were doing that, like, I think, was it Epicurious? I forget. They did like an interview thing on YouTube. It wasn't an interview, it was like a challenge thing. It was like food related challenges. And then they had a challenge where they had to like hand whip cream. And it had to like become, it was like the doneness was measured by if you could hold it over your head and it wouldn't like drip out, right? And Allie Beardsley whips the cream at the speed of light, holds it over their head, throws the bowl down. Brendan goes, how the fuck did you do it so fast? And without missing a beat, Allie turns around and goes, I've been gay a long time. I think very specifically about Allie going, I've been gay a long time at the camera. Oh my goodness. I love Allie. I started watching The Unsleeping City like yesterday, I think, maybe a day or two ago. And it's actually really jarring to see Allie like, I guess not pre-transition, but like earlier in the transition journey. I like forgot that was one of the older campaigns. Okay, let me have a little snack break and then we continue. More tea!
I'm gonna have to boil more water soon. I'm gonna run out. How are we doing on time? Let me give my friend a heads up. 'Cause I think they said they were stopping by around 2. Oh, they came early. Oh shit. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna run out and drop off the thing, and I'll be right back. Sorry, y'all. Hang out with Cherokun for me. Oh my god, don't run on a full stomach, guys. It's not good for you. My coconut curry started coming back up. Oh shit, my tea might have oversteeped too. Okay, how we doing? Okay, we still good. Stream still looks healthy. Whew. Hello, Kami. Drop off handled. Actually, that means I can stream a lot longer than I thought then. I thought they were gonna come. I was gonna try to end stream in 45 minutes because they were gonna come in 45 minutes. But since that's already done, then I can just stream until, I think my rally's at 4 p.m. Bro, I got time. I don't have to read so fast anymore. Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm manipulating Cherokun. What did you do to Cherokun, Buria? Kami, welcome. All right, let's go. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle while the other girls giggled at you, and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs. Verdigrea's trying to clock the vibe of the music. Is it not kind of ominous to you? That's how it reads to me. I do not think so. Now, the mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head, over her long... Oh my god, we actually get artwork of it! Over her long, fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish. What do you think? You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite this glowing, and she giggles. You are selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely, really. The flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer with a nod of your head. That is why you picked those flowers. She is all you have been able to think of. I am glad that you have been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much. No? No. It would be embarrassing to confess how much I've been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious. That you do care for her, very much so. You have not known her for very long, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She's such an easy conversationalist. The time simply slips by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she's so pretty. I'm pretty sure every story path probably ends in completely doomed yuri. That's my guess, Kami. I have heard it said, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. It must be very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I think I rather pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed, that there are some perks to having legs, an agreement which makes the mermaid giggle. I am certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you have never tried it? You shake your head. No. You have never thought to do so, largely because you have never been so close to the sea before, not in all of your life. We too are a fairy tale maiden. Do we not deserve a happy ending? Does anyone here get a happy ending? I don't know. You did not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then, save to the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Well now, that is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift, fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them, so perhaps I ought to return the favor. The favor? Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of cultural exchange. Oh no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift, after all, because you wanted to receive anything in return. Anything other than her friendship, that is. She really said, ugly legs that aren't as streamlined as my tail? Skill issue. Her conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow, even this gesture is performed elegantly, then says, if my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you are easy to please indeed. But please, do not rebuff me. I am offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said. I do not say things for the sake of it. Well, you murmur, if she really doesn't mind. Of course I do not mind. Now, wait there. I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation. The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear, mirror-like water which shimmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives. Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last, her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still here. Well, now what are you to do? There is nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully, like a wounded animal, as it buffets your hair about your face and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand there, fretfully, feeling as ostentatious as a maypole, when will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You're starting to worry. Is that all you do? When, look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat, the water is rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of upper body strength. Wait. Why is it so, like, I feel like there's, like, a lot of really specific wordings that keep getting used, and I feel like that has to be, like, some kind of an intentional hint, right? Then smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry. You were worrying, but you're not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their death, but they are in actuality very sincere. They are much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that's why your kind fears them so. There are a few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you were not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. She has strength, we do not. Yup. I'm telling you, something's fishy here. I can't. I'm not so sure about that. Ah, the mermaid is wilier than you are giving her credit for. She has seen straight through you. But no matter. It took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry, as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I do hope that you like it. Moea's like, I'm microwaving fish. Is that how you cook it? The mermaid leans forward, then holds her gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it, like the petals of a flower being folded back, and... It's really funny because it's suddenly like conch in your face, you know, like really close up. Oh, what a pretty gift it is. The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished, from the depths of the water, a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That is a bad habit, you know. You will make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really all right. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Of course not. I want you to have this shell because it makes me think of you. It does? How so? That's the spaceship from Baldur's Gate. Yeah, it's the Nautilus. It's the Nautilus. I thought it should be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you. Oh. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. It is an awful lot for you to take in, but... Now, why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and then your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite the shame. You would waste your good looks, which for a maiden such as yourself would be nothing short of a tragedy. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you are pretty, after all. The mermaid with her smooth skin and her fair, fair hair. You can scarcely believe it. There's something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately, obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you're not that pretty, not really, but you fear that might look rude. The shell is beautiful but empty inside. I mean, they were talking about like the Russian dolls, like the nesting dolls, and then like likening dolls to dreams. I guess we'll see. There's nothing for it then, but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths for you. You do not think that you're worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. How? That is a surprise, the mermaid says, amused, as you reach for the shell. I did not think you would be bold enough to take it, not without more coaxing on my part. You have exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are. Oh my god, we're being love-bombed, guys. Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts, but there's pleasure in the pain. This, too, feels like a gift from the mermaid. She good girled us, she sure did. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating an irregular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then, very softly, you thank her. It is quite all right. It seems only fair after you shared part of your world with me. Oh, that seems like a direct part of that world reference. I wish to share part of my world with you, too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You're far too fragile. I feel like suggesting this via is starting to sound like a self-report. These scenarios are all allegories to toxic dynamics in real-life relationships. Oh, okay, I can see that. I can see that. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please, take good care of that shell. What do you mean this will have to do for the present? What are you planning? Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. Yeah, y'all ever been in a toxic relationship? Don't. The problem with toxic relationships is you don't know until they're over, right? The days pass following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best you can by going for long, bracing walks amidst the heather, foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. You even, when you have mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line uncovered by the fisherman's cottage to try your luck by the shore. We gon' drown, no doubt about it. It's exactly true. I just want to know how she's gonna drown us. Is it like we go in of our own volition, like we're lured in, or she like aggressively drowns us, right? Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Sometime after you take up your rod, you find you're able to catch the odd fish here and there, small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of these saltwater fish that you've captured and how to gut them. You learn, too, how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them slowly, innards and all. You're able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though the faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights, comparatively, are made of magic. It is only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You have never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. That is why she has grown to mean so very much to you. She's the first friend you've ever had. But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much that you value her, and you hope, within time, that she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend, whom she lost so suddenly. Oh my god, you're so jealous, bro. That is your plan, at least. This monster wants to eat me, 2020 to present. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You've grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she, yours. What would be sad if she simply wanted to show us the ocean more, but then we die in the process, which would also fit the whole toxic relationships. Yeah, it's true. It may be fully an accident. She must have, for it is not long after you bequeathed your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your world, for I've sat on this shore for many, many nights hence, but you have seen none of mine. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit while you know so little of my own. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? There's much that I wish to show you, sights that cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experiences such as this. It is quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean surface so that she might show you her home. You're flattered, initially, that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after this flutter of flattery, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you?
You are a human girl with 2 awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown and mistrustfully, you look at the ocean. It is late at night, as it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent, almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight. It shimmers, sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You're a little afraid of the sea. It is so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming, it reminds you of a hungry monster. You've never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You never had the opportunity. You don't even know how to swim. You're fearful for your own safety, should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water, but do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word. I will be with you and I will not let you go is actually not very comforting. Like, I will not let you go sounds like it could equally be a threat. Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She's still perched upon her rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap. Not really. You're still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? It's just so funny to imagine that, imagine a person being like, I never lie, and all they ever do is lie. That's literally the one thing a person who is a compulsive liar would lie about the most. You trust her not to break her word. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become the food of so many fish. Of that, you're certain. You're right. You'll die with her instead. You won't die alone. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. You are interested, too, in what lies beneath the ocean surface, out of sight. Miniko's like, I never lie, they say, lyingly. Oh, I knew that you would agree. Thank you very much for humoring me. I will endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you have ever experienced. Yeah, we're gonna meet her friend. We're gonna sleep with the fishes tonight. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me. I promise. The mermaid extends her hand towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight. Something. I hit it too fast. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair, too, is glowing, backlit by, is it Selene or Selene? My brain started saying Selene because of Hades. Backed by Selene's glow, so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that, for a few moments, you cannot do anything, neither step towards her nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. Bro, I bet she has jagged teeth. All the better for eating you with, my dear. You reach out, your arm shaking like the skinny bough of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own. Her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are. Digging into your skin. It's like the dream we had. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think, if she willed it, you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm. Now, let us be on our way. There is much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. Selene is correct Greek, but most people wouldn't say it that way. Ah, I see. That's how they said it in Hades, so I just follow them. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, wondering which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaid's, as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils. Just like the dirt last time. So much so you could choke on it. It is not a particularly pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic, almost. You have a vague feeling, as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions, that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That is just a silly supposition, though. You are being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted, her fingers still twined about yours. She dives forward, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you, inexorably, are dragged along with her. This artwork is beautiful, though. The water rushes forwards to meet you in a sudden, shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think that the water would be this cold. No, it is not just cold. It is freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been sapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You have already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it is your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro, as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it is not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here, beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very far, not yet at least, that the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear, instead, to your fairy tale-addled mind, to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. They are pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know, as you stood upon the shore, how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You have never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson, but that feels like a very long time ago now. You would far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. While once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slice through the waves, now it is so very dark you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. You have descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety, too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth chattering despite the water which stops your ears. The water is stopping up your nostrils. Do merfolk have dark vision? I guess so. I feel like that would only make sense. There is so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. Oh, the artist for this one also did her love like poison in optimal conditions for a sacrifice. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Are they by the same studio as well? It is endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen with which to furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You've been under the water far too long, and it is too cold, and it is dark now. In any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how are you to communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak, and she's not looking at you. She is staring instead, fixedly, at something beyond your comprehension. Something far away, perhaps, in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away in her endeavors, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Kaku, welcome, hello. Yes, Yuri. We've already been buried alive. We're currently drowning, and then we're about to find out what the third one is. I think it's cannibalism. Her grip does not slacken, as you had hoped, from about your wrist. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It feels as though she's gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says in a calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, "Yes, dear one, what is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, you are a human girl, not a fish, and you cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish naught save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started asking you questions, but your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says, "I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?" So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak, suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head emphatically, hoping this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but yes, that will happen. It is a natural part, or so I have heard, of drowning. Not that I have ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I am incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner. Now, what was that? What could she mean? I mean, the mermaid answers, can she read minds? That this was a calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough. Then you will die. It is not a pretty way to go. You needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I will take very good care of it. I promise. In death, you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted? You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she's laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt they would be particularly interesting. If you want to know why I am doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you. Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting, she nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring about your watery murder. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean surface with her. I am only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you are both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespans are so very short, and you're susceptible to so very many diseases, is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, and I am far sturdier, I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that, if I were as fragile as you are, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner. Just as you can see your own death looming before you. It is not so very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer, and closing its cold, icy fingers around your throat. You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are. She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it? That does not make very much sense. Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense. To me, at least. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about, but there were so many possibilities I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I am going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair. I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely. Much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by disease. You will be quite safe, I promise. Quite safe, yes, and quite dead too, surely. Well, yes, that is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan. She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune? The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded like lizards? You probably learned this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body's beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this. It is a necessary sacrifice, though, if we are to be happy. I am doing this, you know, for both our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please, try to understand. I really have been lonely. You would be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise. But you are too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They are beginning to ache. Perhaps you're crying. You do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. I'm amazed that she was able to keep her eyes open under salt water, like, at all. That shit burns. You've been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker still, unpleasant and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated, slowly, is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly about your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I am sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know? You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? I mean, I feel like we've been doing this, so I'm just gonna keep doing it. Ah, I like that look on your face. It is a look full of determination, the self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you are not happy with this ending. You did not come all of this way, after all, to drown. That is quite the indecorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would only be too happy to oblige you. Just try not to get on the bad side, or good side, of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliché. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? Okay. On to part 3. Here we go. The contract from the start. Yeah, I feel like they did some setup lines in the beginning that we've had zero illumination in. Okay, I'm not going to read these lines out loud. I'm going to eat for a little bit, but we're going to click through them. I kind of do want to read these out loud, actually. Okay, get one more bite in. And a tasty. My god, I went through this entire thing of water. It's empty. That's crazy. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once their beleaguered, put-upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with this shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental, after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. Callahan's theory time? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Or are you still waiting to see? I mean, I feel like the way the story's been presenting so far, it's like we ran away from something. What that thing is unclear. But at some point before that, something that we're running away from, we were like in a school for fancy kids and we were bullied a lot. And each of those like bullying kind of relationships were mirrored in these two like fantasy settings that we've seen so far. But there's a third one coming. MC has been shown so far looking like a modern schoolgirl. Yeah, 100%. They keep talking about her uniform. Yeah. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You're little more than a wisp of girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise. And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you in your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. Maybe she is even in the book because she wanted to escape from her bullied and miserable real life. So she made a contract with whoever the narrator is to transport her into the fairy tales. That's true. There was that line earlier that was like, since I picked up that book and my whole life changed. And this narrator that's like in the book that pulled her into the book is like tormenting her like for funsies. The actual yandere is the book that she's made a contract with. That's a very interesting theory. I like that. Okay. You do not know what the older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You're only guessing. You were not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. The royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need. Is that how you pronounce it? This does not always happen. How do you pronounce it? Oh, like succor. Okay, cool. I was right. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. Once upon a time. What time? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. Harpsichord. Okay. The castle is not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect as you stand there the armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of King and Queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you. You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there's nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. Callahan says, actually, now that we're reminded of how condescending the narrator is, maybe this whole thing is a lesson? That though her real-life bullies are mean, escaping fully into fairy tales is not an option. So you're thinking it might not be a completely doomed ending? Maybe there's room for something hopecore? We'll find out. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far, and it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on. Go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has, at long last, begun to fail you. How's everyone finishing at the gym? Has the cannibalism happened yet? It hasn't happened yet, Mr. Chan. We got teased a few times, but it hasn't happened yet. And then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up into the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm, it swings inward. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You're thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why? It is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forward. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes you glance about. You're standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there's a large, elaborate staircase, one of which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors, as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that's the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice, which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello, you say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes through the vast, empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know? It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of eons past, memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Wow, that's a yandere if I've ever seen one. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she's very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. I know, I was thinking female Bowser also, Callahan. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearingly as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you're not afforded much more time to stand there, marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then, her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when first you observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she's looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She is not just pretty. She is beautiful. So much so it is breathtaking. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of those things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would be able to handle physical objects such as these. She would not be able to handle physical objects such as these. I need a cough drop. Oh no, chat. We're done. There is no escape. She's gonna make us into a doll. A yan tsundere? I know, right? Here we go. She has both vibes. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She's so startlingly beautiful, she even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. What a line! You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? Oh, they're on to us. They're on to me. Yeah. Call me out. Why don't you? The writers were like, we know the target audience of this game. Rude, right, Dragon Butt? Oh my god. What if she was getting bullied IRL for being gay? You're right. Based on what the narrator has been like making fun of her for? Yeah, that actually would make sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, okay. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You are rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh, thank you for hydrating and stretching me. Yeah. I'll do the last of my water for a final tea steep. Let's do some shoulder rolls. Huh. Huh. Oh my god, I'm actually so sore. Okay. Why does my webcam look really whack? I think it was the white balance. Okay, fixed it. Cool. Oh, the girl says in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It is good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large. There's quite a lot of space. Then takes your hands into her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes glow with excitement, be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You've never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she's always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own, or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid, after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her, she's still a stranger, but you are struck all of a sudden with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid, but if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive, then, from another country. I see. I won't pry into your past, then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all, or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she's merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. Peter Pop, thanks for the follow. Welcome. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then, you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be a queen after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle. But it comes as a surprise, nonetheless. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Renown? Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes, and anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here? You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You are not from this world at all. Interesting. Do they always wait till the third story you play to give you that line? How wonderful. I'll look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. But isn't everyone in the village dead? I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long. I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. I played the routes in the same order, so I don't know if they have any variations depending on which is your last. But then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It is so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and the queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's all right. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. This one is your first and there doesn't seem to be any differences. Oh, Buria, you played this also? You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from humans, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Oh, you're playing it right now. Oh, I see. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. It gets so lonely here. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one. From your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces, before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, where she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives at long last before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is a malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she's afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she's awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. This room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it's more than passable. It has a roof and four walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have slipped beneath the bed's sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. I assume she had a roommate before. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. Oh my god, that's such an ominous thing to say, mailman. This girl reminds me of an ex-fiancé? I'm sorry that you have an ex-fiancé. If the housekeeper had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic with all those empty beds. I don't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper's warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded, too, back in the conservatoire for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All my old maids did. The princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You're indoors, inside a castle, no less, and you've been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense, I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand, on legs which feel too weary to support you, and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care about that. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And, lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. All of the girls have also been described as people MC wishes she was like. The gravedigger was strong, the mermaid was free, the princess unabashed. Yeah. Good observation. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. You humans. So it is the book, the voice of the book. Though in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold. Not so clammy. What? The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a phenakistoscope. What even is that? Phenakistoscope. First widespread animation device that created a fluid illusion of motion. Oh, it's like a turning wheel and then there's like guys walking around the... Okay, cool. Sorry, we're booked. They were instead taken from your memories. You are not merely dreaming. You are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled, too, to find a seat, once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies, too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and the graces of a princess, how was anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But those girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and, as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps and the pinches. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. Oh, DioFest, hello! What's up? Welcome! Thank you for the raid. We were playing Resident Evil. I hope you had a good stream. Thanks for coming in to join us. We're playing a yandere yuri visual novel called It Gets So Lonely Here. It seems like there are 3 main stories, and I think we are probably about halfway through the 3rd one right now. So, welcome. Hope you guys had a good stream. I'm excited for story time with Ying. Yeah! That is exactly what we're here to do. I've been reading, so I'm so locked in reading, like my throat hurts. We're also within an evil residence, right? It's so true. We're in a very evil residence. If you're just showing up, I guess in the context of this 3rd story, we're like running through the woods, and then we go to this castle, and the castle's completely abandoned, but in exploring the castle, we have found a princess. And I think currently we're in the middle of a dream, though. A dream/memory. This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin. Not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. At the beginning, it did mention a 4th place that we came from. Yes, I agree. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as whey, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it still left a scar, a white, raised thing, like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You feel disoriented when you awake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. So far, every dream that we've had at the beginning of a storyline then plays out in the story, so get ready to get stabbed, I guess. If it were, your heart would not be yammering, so ill at ease, you glance around. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you're still in one place, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. Gasp, I remember, a beautiful woman! You still have all of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment. 2 garments, actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them here? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You're not churlish enough to deny her that hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber and make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one, with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them. And for a brief while, you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's room ought to be... Yes, it is here. You rap upon the door but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord, but no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the wan morning's light. You can see, now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is spilt across her pillow, like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cosseting last night. Cassetting? Cosseting. Okay, so I was right at first. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too, and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learned anything from the conservatoire, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. All right, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. We did learn about fish breath recently. It's true. Respiratory tracts of fish, you say? Maybe a very specific fish in particular. I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed and you've put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilette. You aid the princess in brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder. This hair brushing situation is a common thread. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess, "Are you all right, dear one?" brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learned your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. Yeah, I wonder if we went back, what details we would pick up. That's true. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. I'm gonna save. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's all right. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never seen a naked woman before excepting yourself. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's all right. I may be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. You are not sure about that. Homophobe book is hilarious. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then, you reach out with trembling hands, and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly, she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search. The princess standing there all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles, then says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Yes," you reply, your face flushed. "That is what you were doing." "I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you'd not ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind?" It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. "My dress is in my armoire," the princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. That armoire of hers is intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses.
I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me?
I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. I failed to dress my princess, obstructed by my preferences. It is just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe.
Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help.
You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing, really. Nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing.
Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to, and anyway, I think you're very pretty too.
Oh my. Your face flushes from this, more deeply than before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really, what with all this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. MC is also usually described as having the physicality of someone suffering from the first story's plague. Clammy hands, sweaty, pale, all we're missing are the pustules. Yeah, exactly. That's why the first time they said clammy, I was like, The princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. You are making yourself quite the easy target. They do like to mislead you. I'll take it. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It is a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. MC makes sense to be classist, as she's from a disgraced noble family. Princess doesn't have vampiristic tendencies, she just dresses like a Monster Hunter character for love of the fashion. She dresses like Bowser! The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look, in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. Dolorous? She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. A coffin, you say? Her frolicking comes to cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses.
Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they're gorgeous, dear one?
The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact. A welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are a rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full they seem to almost droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty, in a sense, but there's something unsettling about them too, something that is almost obscene. How did these roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but...
Oh, they are simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color.
The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place among its brethren. Don't they have thorns? Shouldn't you watch out? You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood, but the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she is not. Who did you think she was? You? This narrator's really mean. Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now, let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. This is ominous. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola. Pianola? She loves me not. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded. I'm learning so many words today. Denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she's been reciting is one that you are familiar with. The girls at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. Oh, you sad gay motherfucker. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else could I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she's ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it is different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you're already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my. The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you, too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game would be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but... Oh no! Are we going to get stabbed? You are clumsy, yup, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there's more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact you are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your finger and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is tingling, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I'd not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket with which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It is simply not done. That is what you always thought, but
Please, hold still. This might sting a little bit.
this princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she's handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Then she dips her head. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. J10 in YouTube chat is like, Riz. Correct. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing. Oh? The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger.
Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding.
Yes, you gathered as much, but
Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I?
it is not, you say, that she is making you uncomfortable per se, but this is rather awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. And she is not worried that this is unhygienic?
Unhygienic?
The princess blinks. She's the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. This is like Hwa-Chang sucking poison out of Goku's pinky. Yep.
I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do.
And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older?
Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my ladies' maids to look after me then.
How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this?
No, the princess says, smiling mischievously, because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly.
Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all your blood will flow to your face rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you're sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. The days pass following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. It would not be the first time. Yup, some shit definitely went down in the school. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory. So much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you're working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused, not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you spend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night she chooses to make them known to you. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps, than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it, that and the fire which crackles in the grate. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one, do not go. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she's smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she all right?
Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, which make me feel a little out of sorts.
And what, you ask, does she mean by that?
Only that it is very cold and very dark, and it is very windy besides. I'm afraid there will be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk.
The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier, was gray and steely, the wind bitingly cold. Is it promenade or promenade? I don't know. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier, by comparison, it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace.
It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable.
You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be all right, all alone in her oversized bed in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know it's silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be all right? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her, but still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased perhaps that you're taking the initiative.
I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course.
This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been any good at.
Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible, I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can do.
The princess's high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat.
Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like.
This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes.
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past.
I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table as thick as a mortuary slab. What the hell kind of comparison?
The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak, the pages brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please.
The princess's request seems a simple one expressed sweetly, so much so you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. You then retrieve the letter-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel, in the heft of the book's manifold pages, the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess, a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs, as though this tale has touched her very soul.
Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly. Or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid.
You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says,
"And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?"
"Well, of course," you reply, "but for a princess to marry a scullery maid..."
"You're still hung up about that?" the princess titters. "Don't pay it too much heed, I'm just talking to myself." As if anything like that would ever happen when there's no priest around who could officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says, but I'm not sleepy yet and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one. I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last, impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request, that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so, when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed, so... I know! The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be all right for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be... The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me, after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms about it. Why would you? Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me. Come! And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She is already lying in her glorious 4-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you were a knight-errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say, I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant, after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them, so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now, come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. My! Oh dear! You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Okay, your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering.
Does the princess know what an effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind?
There, the princess exclaims once your body is lying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one?
You swallow, and with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed.
Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but
the princess reaches out, then takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain.
when I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise.
Love that the princess is doing the old Joel laugh hand plus lesbian fingers at the same time. Calling it lesbian fingers is very funny. Yeah. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic?
In a way, the princess replies after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description.
You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought that the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this, sleepily, and she laughs.
You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it.
Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You've been working hard for a long time, have been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And, in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets around you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that, when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. Damn, girl. You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You're trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is, indeed, where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. Yeah, here's the thumbnail. We're coming on the thumbnail. You are standing instead, you realize with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here. Others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, and even if you could, there would be no point. There's no way any human could survive the wounds, which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have escaped, in some sort of burgundy goop, which might once have been pale pink. There is another woman slumped beside the first, of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. Maybe she is not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack of, did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors, alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you, should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This, too, glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider, would you not agree? No, evidently not. You are still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You are making enough noise to rattle the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now. She has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lilting steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that, for a few moments, it hurts you to look at her. Once, the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you, by your side, until you awoke, but once again, the princess giggles. A light, airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place, after all, for a princess. It is horribly cold here and so very drab, and there's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets, but then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could. You would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can, but though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this?
Ah, you're such a good girl,
The princess says, in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat.
You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled.
Why, then, you ask her, is she doing this? Mo-san, welcome. Yeah, you're coming in at a pretty spicy point. Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There is nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you?
Oh, only what I've done to all of my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you.
And by take good care of, she means, naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again, that word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There is nothing natural about this.
Do you not think so?
The princess examines you, her expression ponderous.
It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right.
Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it than that, though. Oh, of course there is.
I like you, dear one,
the princess says, in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious.
You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that I will be eternally appreciative. You've been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see.
Okay, I've been holding my piss for far too long. BRB, give me 1 minute. All right, I've grabbed some hot water too. I just need hydration. Oy. Who said yuri sausages? What? Is she about to turn us into yuri sausages? Oh, I see. Mosun has graced us with this beautiful poetic phrase, yuri sausages. All right. The gravedigger had hourglass earrings, the mermaid had a flower crown, and the princess had a bone tiara. Yeah. But I'm not sure I'm catching on to the explicit, like, insinuations of any of those symbols yet. Okay, here we go. Let's get back into character. Yandere. Okay.
I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see.
The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed.
And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me.
Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle, a giggle even lighter than meringue and just as airy. It is just as inoffensive.
I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too.
Wanly, the princess sighs, a beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses.
And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really, but maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course.
You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affixed to her face. She is still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. This is where you need to do a flying thigh joke. But we are like, there are different ways for that. Like, oh, you want to feel me inside you? There are other options. She is still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer.
It's simple, really, like I said. You were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here?
The question had crossed your mind, yes? You were sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though. Was that a lie?
I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened. I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too.
Did she, now? You suppose you ought not be surprised, but you still shudder regardless.
My ministers weren't very fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died.
The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses.
So, I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids and my undermaids and my scullery maids and my housekeeper and my cooks and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow?
Not logically, no. Why, you ask the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness.
Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude unless you have any better ideas.
You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing.
Oh, dear one, that's very funny, but why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day, I'll be the queen. I am the law.
That is a good point. But would eating people not turn her subjects against her?
What subjects?
I'm no fool, you know, no matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once, I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense.
Perhaps not to you.
Gently, the princess caresses your cheek.
But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts.
Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask, with your weary throat which is sore from shouting.
Why? Why, you ask?
The princess blinks.
It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant, even to me, a monarch. I feel like if you played the story first and then you went to the gravedigger after, and then there were all those lines in the beginning when they were like cooking dinner or whatever, and then your character says stuff like, oh, like when driven to desperation, like people might resort to cannibalism. Like lines like that would feel less like ominous in the context of that story and more like a shadowing of what came right before, right? So I guess all of the stories just have like these things that you just, I guess, don't pick up on until, or like you pick up on them because they're so obvious, but like not in the way they hit different. Yeah. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so, to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And, naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me, and you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain, ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So, I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever.
The princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against your cheeks. Can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it ghosts against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse though this might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really, the princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity.
It gets so lonely here.
But this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. That sound effect, oh my god. Yep. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping on it in great, greedy gobbets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princess's eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core, nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then, she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There is so much blood, you can smell it when you inhale. Sharper than metal. How do you inhale without a jugular? I guess through the top of the broken jugular. I guess that makes sense. Like your lungs are still... Okay. All right. It is so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. Through the top of your, like, what is it called? The trachea? Is that what this is? Because the jugular's the vein, right? Next to it. So if your pipe was open here, it's not so different from like your mouth being open. So okay, well now she can't anymore. You tried to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin? Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know? You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? We've only ever made one decision here, guys. That is a good answer. I must admit, I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? Wait, we're out of options. What? So, you've come back here, have you? That does not come as much of a surprise. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it is not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you were always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought that you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips in sharp, ragged gasps, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated, as though they have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Oh, it's all 3 deaths at the same time. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy. Your legs, in particular, they no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forwards, and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You are certain that you passed this route once already, and that you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forwards, dull and senseless like a sack full of potatoes. Your arm hits the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead on your eyes, wet and salty, tears which you cannot stymie. You are not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you are crying, and you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand had you the energy, but you know, as you sit there dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand. Not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I have not been very kind to you. But you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why, then, are you crying? You always have been a crybaby. That is why they teased you so much. It is because they knew they would be guaranteed a reaction. You are very predictable. Even now, after you tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. As you sit there, sobbing, you hear, or you think you can hear, footsteps approaching you. There, to your right, is the snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You are so panicked, you feel as though you're going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There is no shame in it. There's nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I have always been here, you know? I will always be here, no matter how fast you try to run or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor, sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It is time for me to collect my collateral. We're hot too. And we're all. A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way about your back. Imagine narrating your own motions, and that's so metal. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They are mine. I have been watching you all night, but this is the first time I have reached out to you in so direct a manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It is beating very quickly, like a startled rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I am holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether using that book you found in the library. You were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored and you entreated and you wheedled and you whined, and though I had some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend. Somebody who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you are being awfully cruel yourself to run from me after I made all of your wishes come true. I did think, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking out your eyes so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so that nobody might ever think you beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my mind, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I did not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. You have always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. That is why I had to drown you, you see? That is why I had to bury you. That is why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you are very lucky. Do you know that? There are few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You have experienced so much love, it ought to have slaked even your unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels like to be adored. I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now, I think it is time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again. I mean, it basically seems to confirm, everything we thought was happening. The narrator was kind of a dead giveaway from the beginning, and I like that it held very consistently through all of this. What is a Yuri VPN is very funny, Quantico. It was a yandere Yuri visual novel, and it sure as hell held up its end of the bargain on what it promised us. Yeah, precisely. I don't know that I thought it was necessarily a witch, right? I just thought it was the voice of the book, but I guess that's kind of the same thing as what ended up happening. All right. That was fucking good. And we went 2 hours overtime, but we're still ending right on time for me to make it to my 4 p.m. obligation, which is in 20 minutes, which actually means I can't raid anyone today. In many ways, we have had a very efficient stream today, guys. I was so fucking locked in for 5 hours plus. We barely had any introductory yap, and we will have barely any conclusive yap because I need to go. That being said, final thoughts. We did all the reading. We really did. I only skipped maybe 5 lines total in the whole thing. And it was mostly because they were repeating themselves. Happy Pie. Oh my god, yeah, it's Pie Day. Happy Pie Day. There's more to the game though? Really? Extras? Wait. Gallery? Wait. Hold on. Gallery, music, notes, credits. Oh! We should read the notes, actually. Hello, everyone. This is Abby. Thank you for taking the time to read It Gets So Lonely here. I hope it was an enjoyable experience. I usually leave a few notes in my VNs to explain what inspired me, so I guess I'll do that now. My biggest inspiration behind It Gets So Lonely here was the 2-part novel series, The Orphan's Tales by Catherine Valente. The Orphan's Tales are an interesting couple of novels which take a lot of cues from fairy tales and folklore across the world. These stories contain dragons, witches, werewolves, genies, and mermaids, but they aren't told in a linear fashion. Oh, wait, this sounds really good. The Orphan's Tales. Let me save it. The Orphan's Tales itself is pulling a lot in terms of structure from 1001 Nights. Because the story is broken up into a lot of smaller bite-sized stories, which are set in a framing narrative. These bite-sized stories seem unrelated at first, but they eventually converge by the end of the second novel, and it's revealed that the framing narrative itself is steeped in as much magic as the stories the narrator, while there are numerous narrators, were spinning. Oh, it is a very interesting series which is told in a very non-conventional manner, with a lot of stories running into other stories, seemingly jumbled, jumping between stories and side characters from previous tales offering their perspective and assuming narrative roles in future tales. The narrative can be a bit difficult to keep track of in the beginning because it hops around a lot between a lot of different characters who are all embarking upon fantastical adventures of their own, but seeing all these seemingly disparate threads merge was very satisfying. Ooh, this book series sounds really fun, actually. If you restart the game, it can play out differently. So you're telling me I have to do a second playthrough? It's a very interesting series. Oh, wait. I've honestly not read a book like it before. It took a lot of well-known fairy tales and did something unique with them. It's all very avant-garde. In any case, I like the Orphan's Tales enough that I wanted to write something similar. Multiple different fairy tales wrapped up in a framing narrative. 2023 Yandere Game Jam. That's amazing. There's a game jam dedicated to just Yandere stories. Probably don't have time to read it all word for word, so I'm just skimming now. Visual novels are known for having routes, however, even the most generic Bisho doges. People expect multiple stories. Fairly common phenomenon. By writing this fairy tale pastiche as a visual novel, I figured it would feel more natural to section these short stories I had into their own self-contained routes. Oh, they only converge once you've read all of them. Okay, so they only have the princess's story and the gravedigger's story. And then the mermaid story feels a little less inspired than the gravediggers and the princesses. That's fair. It has the least back and forth. Mermaid's route is the weakest story narratively speaking, but I do like the aesthetics of her story a lot. I think I would agree with that evaluation. Yeah. Narratively, it might have been the least, like, interesting, but I also think it had the closest ties to, like, what felt like the main character's, like, IRL story. Designed these character routes to be relatively short on purpose. This was for a game jam. More like fairy tale archetypes than characters. Gravediggers aren't a common character. No, not at all. Decided to write the story in second person. Oh, Once in a Windstep Night. Second person is very hard to pull off. I thought this was very well done. Oh, we were talking about Slay the Princess. Yes. I do really want to play that one also. If you check the art gallery, isn't there a picture which is still locked? Huh, I wonder why that could be. Maybe you should go through the story again. You might find something that'll surprise you. Since it's the first route going left to right, it's like the other two build on its themes. Yeah, I can't believe it's been 5 hours. I'm like, maybe I can be a little late. Okay, I'm gonna give myself 10 minutes. We're gonna skip because there's a skip button. So I assume the skip just takes us to fresh dialogue. Haven't you been here before? You've been here before, haven't you? You've torn your skirt. Once you had hope, now it is gone. You have already given in to me. Why are you still running? Silly girl, did you... Oh, it's all fresh dialogue. She's like, you've been here before. Why are you back? Ooh!
I am hurt that you would even attempt it. Were you not happy with me? I was happy with you, but no matter. You're a stubborn little chit. The narration style almost reminds me of Harrow the Ninth. What's Harrow the Ninth? You guys are all giving me so many good recs today. Harrow the Ninth. 2020 science fiction. Science fantasy. That is why you began to run. I can see despite the fear in your eyes. Okay, so we still have resolve. She wants to burn our spark out for good. That's very yandere of you. But very well, if you insist, I will play along. We can do this all over again. You're still running. Late at night. Nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow. This is all the same, right? If I hit... What is the difference between these two skips? Wait. 4 if you count the path down which you came. That's the same still. I doubt you mean to confront me. Oh, yeah, there's like a lot more added dialogue, actually. That's like specifically the witch. Because now we know who she is. Your fate is and has always been mine to manipulate. The mermaid, the gravedigger, and the princess will not deviate from the scripts which have already been prepared for them. I did not, in all honesty, think to furnish any further responses for them. I did not think you would be seeing them again, but no matter. Be drowned by love, be buried by love, be consumed by love. Then when you have had enough and you can no longer stand... I actually can't believe I missed the back button last time. I kept accidentally skipping lines. Wait, so... Hold on. If I only have 10 minutes, I should look it up. So... It gets so lonely here. Is there a secret ending? Okay. How do we... Full guide in all endings. True ending after 3+ deaths. Oh! I think you have to go through... I think you have to go through the whole loop. And then the witch gives you dialogue, and then you have to do it again to get the true ending. So like 3 playthroughs is how you get the true ending. I don't think 10 minutes is gonna be enough, even with the skip button. Well, I guess the skip button is actually really carrying this. Maybe it will be doable. Oh. I didn't realize we had read this much dialogue. No wonder my throat is this sore. My goodness. So I just have to do all that again? Second time. This is the most gruesome. There's no escape. Blah, blah, blah. Keep going. Medetashi, medetashi. Okay, she's just saying all of the yandere lines. Keep going. Skip. This is going a lot faster than I thought it might. Maybe 10 minutes will be enough. I'll just be a little late. It'll be okay. I feel kind of bad about it, but not too bad, because I have otherwise been pretty good at my attendance, so I think it's okay. Alright. We're gonna fight. My, this is certainly unexpected. I had rather thought after everything you'd been subjected to, you would no longer wish to continue this farce. Okay. You belong to me. All right. There you go. Mermaid time. Ah, that's probably my reminder to get going. This mermaid was very beautifully illustrated. The art style in general was really nice. Every time there was sprite art, I very, very, very much enjoyed it. Okay. 5 minutes left, Ying. You're right. Here, I'll set a timer. I'll set a 10-minute timer. I'm gonna cheat. I'm setting a 10-minute timer right now. Okay, we're fighting our fate. You still wish to soldier on.
No matter, you really are stubborn. Let's go back to the beginning. Your fate is in your hands. That's what you once thought. How much longer can you keep resisting? We're gonna give up for the second time. There, you see? Are you happy now? I told you that there was no use in repeating this night, yet you failed to listen. You have been drowned, buried, and consumed once more, and for what? Do you feel as though you've made any progress in your attempts to escape from me? Once again, you find yourself as you were at the end of your last foray into my forest full of nightmares. You are kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they are bleeding, and your skirt tattered and torn. You try to inhale, but it hurts. There's a heavy leaden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though somebody is shoveling soil upon you. Your body is cold, as though it has been sapped of all warmth. Your blood, which ought to flow through your veins, feels as though it is frozen. That or has been purged from your body altogether. Have you not had enough of this now, silly thing? I'm saying this for your sake, just as much as I am not mine. Though I might have trapped you hence, I did it only because I care for you. I want only for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing save stretching your mind beyond its limitations. It has already, I fear, been stretched thin already. Humans are not designed to die, not as incessantly as you have. One death would be enough to finish most of your kind off, yet you have endured 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? Then do not run from me. Let me console you. Let me embrace you. Let me love you. What do you say to that? Cat got your tongue, Well, no matter. You will not need your tongue to speak while we are together. It is an unnecessary appendage, however much you might wish one day to whisper sweet nothings to me. I am an all-powerful witch, after all, and I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you are thinking. Yes, that is right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You do not need to blink. You do not even need to breathe. Now that you are finally mine, I will cut off your tongue, and I will pluck out your pretty little eyes, and I will... No. I beg your pardon. What was that, dear one? Oh! I said no. I am not your dear one. I never wanted this. What? You would defy me still, even after all you have endured? Were 6 deaths not enough for you, you gluttonous girl? Do you wish for more? I just wished for a friend. I didn't want to be lonely, but you ensnared me. You tricked me. Well, I never. What bold accusations. They are not true, though, They are bald-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I am no Mephistopheles. I was very upfront when we first met. I said if you wish to make a contract with me, it would cost you. It is your own fault that you did not listen. You accepted my terms, and now you are paying the price. Now, if you will come with me, my dear. I am not your dear. Really now? This has all become rather tiresome. I must insist that you cease this childish outburst at once, or else... Or else what? Will you cut off my tongue? Will you pluck out my eyes? You already stole my name, but it's coming back to me. What? No, that should be impossible. You gave your name to me. You gave your soul to me. You pledged your heart and body to me, and now I want them back. I'm tired of these games too. Medea. Remember my name? I do now. You're called Medea, and I... No. Stop it. I'm called Rosette. Can't be. That's true. The music did feel... There was one track in particular that sounded a lot like a... Da 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 da, which is the Castle in the Sky one, right? Laputa. I knew you were stubborn, but... Oh, it's this one that's playing right now. I learnt how to be stubborn. I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me, and now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please! Don't go! Don't leave me! We made a contract, you and I! You said that you wanted a friend, and I promised to be that friend! I promised that I would always be there for you! Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. And what of me? What am I supposed to do? You? You can rot, for all I care. What? No! Rosette! I call after you're retreating back, but you do not heed my words. You do not turn your head. Once, it was you who knelt in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You were so vulnerable then. And you were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however. I think you might look even more beautiful now that you are walking away from me. That is a thing you humans say, is it not? You never realize just how much you value something until you no longer have it. It does not hold true in my case, however. I knew you were a precious find when first you summoned me. Your fiery determination, even in the face of extreme hardship, endeared you to me. I thought you very noble, really. How you had survived for so long in an environment which was so very hostile. For a human, I thought you remarkable. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought with a human like you by my side, my own life of empty, endless wandering might not be so lonely. Goodness me. I must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now, you are not the one upon the ground. It is I. I could keep calling for you, but I know it would do no good. You will not turn back from me now. Not when I have caused you so much suffering. I did not mean to hurt you so, though. I truly did love you, albeit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose the love of a witch was too much even for you to endure. Now, there is nothing but the milky moonlight and the trees which jut out of the earth about me. They look like monuments built in the honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing from the world that you knew, Rosette, because they are not of your world. They are of mine. Now you have fled from me like a bird let loose from its cage. I fear I will never see you again. I will be on my own in this forest for all of eternity, or until another silly little girl with stars in her eyes and dreams in her heart summons me once more. This has happened a handful of times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I will lie here among the foliage and the fog, and I will close my eyes. I will let myself dream, and enrobed in the undulating mist, I shall think to myself, it gets so lonely here. If we turned around and said, psych, she'd be using our narrator to insult us again in a flash. Yeah. Okay, so allegedly, a third time and you get a different ending altogether. It's first person now. There's nothing to light my way except for the moon's milky glow. If I were running, I would not be able to see where I was going, but such concerns are trivial. There was nowhere for me to run to. I am all alone. You have abandoned me. You betrayed me. Rosette, why did you go? I'm so sad and bored and lonely. If only there was someone else. Oh, perhaps I spoke too soon. How very fortuitous. Well met, stranger. Okay, are we not Rosette this time then? Wait, to get the true end, which one do I do? Which one do I do? I think no. Yeah, don't. Okay. Oh, do you not wish to stay with me, dear one? Very well. You are awfully cruel, but I can understand how you feel. I am a benevolent witch, regardless of what some people might say, and I would never force you to do anything not against your will. My love is, and has always been, reciprocal in nature, though she did not appreciate that. Now, if that is all, would you like to run along? No good can come, of soliciting with witches in the dead of night. You had best be on your way, and quickly. Otherwise, I might just change my mind. After all, it gets so lonely here. Wait, what? That's it? Was that the third ending? I thought there was something. My timer just went off. It says there's another ending, though. Yeah, what if I chose to make a contract? How late would I be? Surely. Hold on. Come on. Are you still here? Don't just stand there. Let's make a contract. Very good. Come to me. You are lonely. We're all lonely here. I was human myself. Okay, I mean, that is Medea's story, I guess. Why did the game just close itself? What? Why did it close itself? Is that all of the achievements? No, there's 3 more! Because you have to go. No, I feel like there's, come on, there's 1 more. I thought, she said, you're out of time, get going. The game is like, get out. No, I thought there was 1 more ending. I thought, isn't there a way to, this is the same. This is the same as before. I'm not doing all that. Yeah, okay, maybe I'm wrong? Give up 3 more times? Oh. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, the story got reset basically after you accept. Okay. Sure. All right. Well, we don't have time for final thoughts, but I feel like there's not a whole lot to say other than like that was a really fun visual novel. Like I think it was everything it wanted to be and it delivered it. I think that's a difficult one to play on stream because it's not that it's overly verbose. Like, you guys know I hate verbose writing. I feel like the verbosity was necessary for the world building and like the vibe building of the narrator's role. But all of the verbosity made it really hard for this to be a streamable game. That took me 6 hours. So, I don't mind the words, but it did make it trickier for stream. I can see it would go a lot faster if I was just reading silently, right? Anyway, it was fun to voice act it though. I thought it was really fun. All right, well, let me say bye then. Whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening, have a wonderful time of day, and I will see you all. Next stream will be, I don't think I've set next stream calendar yet, but it should be on Wednesday and then also on Sunday. But we have more short covers to record and probably 1000x resist next week because I still owe charity rewards from our charity stream. So thank you all again for giving to the charity stream. This was also a charity reward for Aurora. I hope that was what you were looking for. Was it Aurora? I don't think I'm misremembering that, right? So let me just make sure I'm not misremembering. Yeah, this was Aurora's. This was Aurora's. Okay. I am already late. I will be probably about 15 minutes late, which isn't horrible. I'll see you all next time. Thank you, TY, very much for stream. I'm going to say that there's also a sequel if anyone's interested. Oh, okay. Perfect. I will go check that out. Probably won't be able to stream it. It's too time consuming, but I will definitely check it out. All right. Thank you all. No raid because I'm very late. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.